Council.
Okay, yeah. So everybody, you probably normally seen me here lately, doing a lot of the streaming stuff, kind of making a lot of this work. We got an employee cop video.
Council.
Yeah, so everybody, you probably normally seen me here lately, doing a lot of the streaming stuff, kind of making a lot of this work. We got an employee cop video. There we go.
You get it?
Yeah, so Kyle's a new hire. He's handling audio, visual, and access control. So you'll be seeing a lot more of him and less of me. So,
Welcome. You're not kidding away, no, except that way. He wouldn't claim it if it was.
Not in the least.
He is kind of though.
Well, it means he's claiming away. Yeah.
Every time I turn around, somebody's related to somebody else.
All right, Chambers County Commissioner Court come to order. It's 22nd day of March, 2022, 9:30 a.m. down 9:37 a.m. If you'll all rise, Bobby Hall, if you'll lead us, please.
Oh Lord, we come before you today just to carry on the business of Chambers County. We seek your wisdom as only you can give it. We ask you to be with each that has part in making decisions, that they will seek you first, and then they divulge what you have on their hearts and in their minds. Lord, we lift up our brothers and sisters there in the Ukraine. We don't know what really is happening there, but we know it's not good. And we thank you, Lord, that we were spared in Chambers County for the damage that happened to other places through the storm. Now, guide us and direct us. Keep us all safe as we leave this place. And again, may your wisdom prevail. In Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Amen. If you want to say the pledges, pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you. All right, I got several citizens' comments. And we're going to start out, we're going to go for agenda items. So let's start out with 6.2. Parks and Recreation. Tell you what, let's go ahead and do 6.1. 6.1, discuss and consider a resolution naming the 2022 Chambers County Youth Project Show honorees Ranch Rodeo Pioneer Rancher George Turner, Youth Livestock Show David Griffith, and Youth Livestock Auction Mike Dunlap. I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. Any questions, comments? This is well deserved. These folks have worked very hard.
Did we read the resolution?
You want to read it?
I can.
Lauren's got it. Oh, you got it on the computer. Go ahead.
Whereas the Chambers County Youth Livestock Show and Ranch Rodeo is dedicated to honoring the agricultural industry that Chambers County was founded upon. And whereas through the Chambers County Youth Livestock Show and Ranch Rodeo, many Chambers County youth not only find and foster a love for agriculture, but also earn monies for their future. And whereas the Chambers County Youth Livestock Show and Ranch Rodeo would not be successful without the support and patrons and volunteers, and thus recognize a few exemplary community members each year who have played a part in shaping the show and the future of the youth people of this county. And whereas George Turner is a lifelong Chambers County resident and a successful cattleman who has supported and encouraged numerous generations of youth in the exploration and advancement in the field of agriculture. And whereas David Griffin has been a lifelong supporter of the Chambers County Youth Livestock Show and Ranch Rodeo, whose financial support has made a positive impact in the lives of many youth people. And whereas Mike Dunlap has dedicated decades of his time and volunteerism at the Chambers County Youth Livestock Show and Ranch Rodeo, and who has mentored hundreds of youth and shown positive encouragement into the lives. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Chambers County Commissioners Court do hereby recognize these gentlemen for their contributions to Chambers County and Chambers County's youth livestock show and ranch rodeo. Thus dedicates various aspects of this in their honor. George Turner, Pioneer Rancher, 2022 Chambers County Youth Livestock Show and Ranch Rodeo. Dedicated to Mike Griffin in 2022.
That's actually David Griffin,
Yes.
and it was corrected on the,
Okay.
no, you read it right. It's,
I read it.
okay, go ahead.
Youth livestock auction dedicated to Mike Dunlap. Be it resolved that Chambers County Court, the 22nd day of March, 2022.
All right, I got a motion second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, we're going to 6.2. Accept the donation of bleachers, pins, and chutes for the Lilton Saunier Arena and donation of bleachers for the White Park Arena. Larry Variance here to speak on that. Donnie Warner and Dustin Huff. Larry, Commissioner Gore, you want to start?
Yes, Larry had came to me out at Nutty Jerry's. I think most of you know where that's at, east of Winnie. Is wanting to donate the bleachers that's out at his facility for the Weiss Park Arena as well as the Winnie Arena. And so we can add like 500 more seating on each side of the arena. And Larry has a group of people that is willing to not only donate them, but also install them at no cost to the county. And go from there. Larry, would you like to add to it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. I'd like to thank the commissioners and the judge and all the county employees for giving us the time to speak this morning. We have always tried to upgrade these arenas, and they're in need of more seating if we're going to try and bring the types of events in that we think will be good for the county. And like Commissioner Gore said, this is not just for Winnie, this is for both arenas. 500 seats will go to one and 500 seats will go to the other, which will just about double our capacity in Winnie, which means we can bring in bigger events, which puts more tax money into the county and heads on beds, which we're all for. Jerry Nelson's been very, very generous in donating these to us. And two of his people are here today. Well, two friends of mine. Donnie Warner's one, and he's going to speak to you on behalf of some of the issues that we're going to be addressing with this. And then Dustin Huff will be speaking as well.
Thank you, Judge and council members. I represent, my name is Donnie Warner. I work for
Thanks,
Jerry
Donnie.
Nelson. I'm very happy to be here today, and on behalf of Jerry, Jerry is a gracious man in all aspects of that word, but he is wanting to donate at no charge to the county all the bleachers that are out at the formerly known Elisa's Fun Center out on Highway 73. It's brought before the Commissioners Court today for your approval and examination. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have on behalf of Jerry. Dustin Huff is here, who is a resident of Chambers County, and he will be helping Jerry and as well as I to put on events in the arenas if approved. So we're very happy to be here, and I entertain any questions that you may have.
What type of?
Thank you, Donnie. Let's go ahead and let Dustin, and then we'll.
Yeah,
Dustin.
Dustin.
I'd like to hear Ryan speak as to the bleachers.
Yeah.
itself.
Okay. I'm getting these,
Oh, see.
yes, his comments out of the way, and then we'll ask questions. Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. When Jerry brought up this idea, what he's really wanting to do is just to try to bring more to this area as far as bull ridings, team ropings, rodeos. And when he went out there and saw the stands in Winnie, he was like, man, this is not enough stands. And then when he moved his operation to Oklahoma, it left all the bleachers out there wide open. And so that's why he was wanting to donate them to the county to better the county and see what else we can do around
So
here.
these bleachers are currently at Nutty Jerry's, correct?
Yes,
I
sir.
don't know if anybody said that. But.
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks, Dustin. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Just like to have Ryan talk about the bleachers, make sure the court knows that they're.
Commissioner, Judge, again, one of the things I forgot to bring up is that we're talking about originally when we started talking about this. Okay, Ryan. Sorry. Thank you, Ryan. If you're gonna do that, I need a full body massager, okay? Just
Okay.
kidding, just kidding. Anyway, bottom line, what Jerry was originally talking about was the possibility of doing like anywhere from 4 to 5, well, now 4 to 5 events in White Park and in Winnie. We're thinking that if we can possibly split it up between the two, he'll do some events in both facilities. And rather than putting a target, a number of years on what we're doing here, Jerry's looking to possibly get a write-off from the amount of what the county values the bleachers at just for his tax purposes. And the other side of that is that if it's a good deal working for everybody and he's bringing more events into our arenas, that's more heads on beds and more help for the county and taxes and everything else. So hopefully we can just leave it kind of open-ended unless both parties agree to disagree and just have a mutual split at that point in time. And if there's a need for a baseline, Donnie, in there so that we know there's a minimum number of years we're doing, I think that would work as well. Thank you very much. And Ryan, I'll turn it over. You want me to do your back now?
Yes, please, except do it the whole time, not just for a few seconds. Oh, good morning. First of all, we appreciate their willingness to help the county donate something. So the fire marshal's office took a look at them yesterday. Of course, us not being structural analysts or anything of that nature, that might be a separate issue that needs to be talked about. But just offhand, the only two things that I saw that can be corrected were we shouldn't have any wood on that when it's under the arena, which it looked like some ramps or stuff at the bottom they had built. That can be fixed, and there need to be it needs to be looked at for ADA compliance as far as having those little sections cut out at the bottom with companion seating next to it for the disabled person, just like we have at the current seating. Those are only two things I saw that need to be looked at.
Thank you, Ryan. Also, just reminding the court that it's a great gift and we need to make sure and accept, but the insurance, making sure that we do ADA those.
Right.
Yeah, and we don't want to get
everything's in
off into the
place.
weeds right now.
Right.
What we want to do is
Mhm.
agree to accept, and
Right.
then we got a lot of details to work out.
Okay,
sure.
Going forward, so.
Yeah, no problem. I know engineering brought up, and Mike, I don't know if you want to chime in. The idea came up was, before they accepted, is it smart to have them checked out, properly inspected so that everybody's on the same page with what we're getting and there's not any surprises down the road. So I was going to bring that in.
I would just say from a liability standpoint, I mean, are you gonna bring an engineer in? Are they gonna have foundations designed for these structures? I mean, there's a whole lot to this. Somebody's taking all of this stuff down and putting it back up, and it's not us. So I have to go to the attorneys and say, hey, what's the liability of this?
Yeah,
Because
like I said, there's
you're
a lot
talking-
of details to be worked out,
Absolutely.
and that's part of it.
Because we went through this, we went through looking and getting bleachers from the school. So it's the same thing. Except that time we had an engineer that was looking at it with us. Anyway, that's my 2 cents.
Well, I think this is going to be something that I've talked to the commissioners and the judge about. And this is not going to happen overnight. There is an issue because Jerry is getting ready to develop his property there. We may have to take them down and move them over to my property, which is in close proximity. And I've got plenty of places to store it. And then when we're ready, when everything's to everybody's satisfaction, we'll go forward step by step to make sure everything's right. We want everything addressed properly. These arenas are our pride and joy to help bring people into the county, tourism, heads on beds, all the above. So we need to work together, and we may even, I mentioned to the judge, we may even have, for some of the things we're going to do, do a fundraiser to try and raise money for it to help get some of this stuff done. We talked about the bull bucking pens. Okay. Here's another thing Jerry said to us this morning. He's bought some that are coming in brand new. He wants to store them in Winnie. And these things, from what Dustin told me, cost $50,000 a piece. And he's willing to let us use them for other ranch rodeos or any other events we have. They're coming up. So I think this can only be a good thing if we all work together. We need your support. And thank you very much for letting us take your time.
Thank you, sir. I'll ask Commissioner Gore to head a committee that involves everybody that submitted a comment here today, because they all need to be part of it.
County attorney involved as well.
Yeah, and the county attorney.
So we're also talking about pins and shoots too, not just the bleachers.
Well, separate item,
Yeah,
And that's all on this one.
well,
6-2.
Okay.
yeah, bleachers, pins, and
They are
shoes for the
6'2".
Lasagna Arena, the donation of bleachers. And the donation of bleachers for the White Park Arena. So I think if the motion is that we want to work with accepting the donation of these items. All right, yeah,
The issue for the county attorney is a liability concern.
I understand.
Well, Kurt's,
The only thing you guys want.
If Commissioner Gore heads up the committee, y'all can discuss all this with these folks. Commissioner,
Kurt has concerns too.
oh, where's Kurt?
Well, some of his was about taking up space that we use.
Good morning. It's on the top there.
Okay, my bad.
Good.
On the bottom.
Bottom. Now, my biggest concern is like we have other events besides like these rodeos going on that we actually do use those empty spaces. So not opposed to like bleachers, but maybe something that might be able to be moved around. If we have an event where we need that area to be able to stage animals. One of the shows last year, Winnie had 1,000 cattle there and we used that whole area besides all the barns. So that was one of my concerns.
Yeah,
That
we
we-
need to be part of that group that Commissioner Gore's.
That we have something maybe that,
Be on it too.
or it don't take up all of the room or can be moved. Because we have other events that those areas are used, Vice
Sure.
Park and Winnie.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Gore, you want to make a motion? Are you on the table and come back?
Well, we need to get together and see what legal says and work everything out before we accept them. I mean, in this area says accept a donation.
I agree.
Let's
Yeah,
table
I think we need to table it, get our
it and y'all work
get our
together.
ducks lined up.
But we are interested in,
Oh, for sure.
yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Larry.
We appreciate that. Thank you, Larry.
Morning, Victoria, mate. Okay. Let me go back, let's go back to the first page. Thank you, man. All right, 1.2, discuss and consider proclamation declaring April 2022 as Sport United Way Greater Baytown Chambers County Month in Chambers County, Texas. Commissioner Snack, you back there?
Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning, sir.
Welcome.
Whose idea was that?
Having fun, Rusty?
Commissioner, if you want to read the resolution, you're welcome to, or however you want to do it. So you got the floor.
I'll be happy to do that. This is the proclamation of United Way of Greater Baytown Area and Chambers County. Whereas the Tri-Cities and East Harris County Community Chess was chartered in January 1946, which means we celebrated our 75th anniversary last year, which is pretty amazing. And whereas the organization consolidated fundraising and management efforts in support of community health, war relief, and the services and programs for returning veterans. And whereas the organization increased capacity and geographic territory, ultimately involving into United Way of Greater Baytown Area and Chambers County with a mission to develop, promote, and support solutions designed to meet targeted community needs. And whereas United Way and area agencies and dedicated volunteers work collaboratively to improve the quality of life in our community through basic programs focused on education, financial stability, health, and basic needs. And whereas the United Way of Greater Baytown area and Chambers County has been instrumental in creating a thriving community and continues to be a valuable resource to our residents. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Chambers County Commissioners Court does hereby recognize the month of April 2022 as Support United Way Greater Baytown and Chambers County Month in Chambers County, Texas, and urges individuals, organizations, businesses alike to engage in activities that build up and strengthen our community in order to provide the optimal environment for all residents.
Entertain a motion? Motion by Commissioners Court. Second by Commissioners Court. Rusty.
Rusty, do you have a guest with you you want to introduce?
I do. I have
please
a couple of guests with me. One is Melissa Rebold. Melissa,
Good morning,
who's
Melissa.
the Chief Executive Officer of United Way.
Good morning.
And also Bethany Stinnett. Bethany is our Coordinator of Resource Development at
Morning,
United Way.
Morning.
So I'm sorry.
She wants a photo.
Oh, okay.
Sure.
That'd be great. So during the 8 years that I had the privilege of serving as commissioner for Precinct 4, I saw firsthand what United Way did in our community. And particularly post Harvey it was pretty remarkable what they did. And so when I retired, I accepted an invitation to join the board of United Way as a volunteer. And I support United Way a lot now because of I see exactly what they do and the impact they're making in our community. And I think you should consider doing the same thing. So I wanted to share with you just a few key points about United Way. And then I'm going to have Bethany's going to give you a little bit more detail, but it'll just be a couple of minutes here. So we're really fortunate to have local corporate sponsors at United Way and I'm just going to call it United Way, but you know I'm talking about our local United Way. So we have sponsors that actually pay for and earmark funds to pay for our administrative costs and our overhead costs. That way we can guarantee that 100% of every dollar that an employee donates to United Way goes to needs. Not one penny of it goes to overhead. Our overhead runs about 12%, and that's considered a pretty good percentage as far as nonprofits are concerned. Following Harvey, we completed repairs on just under 90 homes. 58 of those homes were in Chambers County. So these were folks that could not find assistance from other agencies to make their homes livable, just to make them livable. There's everything from wheelchair ramps to fixing roofs. Some people were able to fix up the inside of the house, but still had a leaky roof, you know. So that's when United Way steps in. But that positively impacted 323 people in our area. So United Way does work like this every day. They don't just do it during tropical storms and hurricanes. There's a wonderful resource that we call 211 Texas Hotline. And this offers 24/7 help. And it's to give guidance to United Way local resources that we have for food, housing, healthcare assistance, and other services. In fact, they have cards that have 211. And if you want, we'll get you some cards. Anytime you see somebody on the street or in need, you hand them one of those cards. They can call 211 and they will identify needs that people may have and the resources that are available to help them. I know the judge's office has used it a couple of times, not just 211, but I know Warren has contacted United Way in a couple of instances. And actually, I think we were able to provide shelter to people same day when we received the call from them. It's pretty remarkable. So United Way strives to impact our community we try not to use the short-term charity, but we try to do things that are really lasting changes. And that's truly a mission that the board follows, as well as all of our committee members. So we asked the court, well, we thank the court for adopting the resolution. And, you know, this is Texas, and I don't have to tell you, neighbors helping neighbors by providing a hand up, you know, that's the Texas way. That's also the United way, doing exactly the same thing. So I appreciate your time this morning. And if you don't mind, I'd like to invite Bethany up for just a moment.
Yeah, no, she filled out a form, bring her up.
Okay.
Judge, I'd like to make a comment while we're waiting on
Okay.
Bethany. I have payroll deduct for the United Way, and I encourage everybody to do it. It's 10 or 15 or $20 that literally you'll waste somewhere else in the world.
Thank you, Ms. Hawthorne.
Well,
Good.
thank you all for your time. As you mentioned, $1, $2, $10, it does make a difference. United Way of Greater Baytown Area and Chambers County, we're absolutely very proud of the 100% guarantee. It's something that, you know, as Rusty mentioned, our corporate sponsors, because of their generosity, it ensures that we're able to, every employee, every individual who gives any amount, 100% of their donation goes straight into the community, straight into programs that they select, if they're so inclined. And that's, like I said, we're really proud of that. There's not many nonprofits, not many United Ways that can say that. And so we're very happy to be able to continue. There's only 6 of us. We're a small office, and that's one of the reasons why we're able to keep our overhead as low as it is. Going forward, I think you have folders, the white folders that say Live United on them in front of you. Those have just some information. Yes, thank you, Judge. Those have some information about our United Way, about the 19 funded partners this year that we're working with. They're funded through a grant process, and it's overseen by volunteers. It's not something that I'm deciding. It's not something that Melissa's deciding of where the funds are going. It's volunteers from the community, your peers, your friends, your coworkers. And this year, you can look at the information. It talks about last year with COVID, everything that's been done. This year alone, I can tell you that almost 38,000 people in our service area have received assistance. The service area of Baytown and Chambers County, it's about 135, 140,000 people. 38,000 of those people have already gotten assistance just in the first 2 quarters, July through December. That's the need that's currently out there. And it's everything from food assistance, just like the food distribution that happened on Saturday at White Park. It's assistance with people that are looking for childcare. It's people that, you know, the calls that we've gotten from the judge's office of the mother and her 1st grade daughter who they were living out of their car, getting them into shelter that same night, helping individuals that are homeless, getting them not just shelter, but also identification documents, helping them with financial stability, seeking work. It's all of that. And it's not trying to give people a handout. Most of the people I talk to, the calls that I get, a lot of the people, one of the first things they tell me is, I'm so embarrassed to be making this call, but I don't know what else to do. And they're just looking for a hand up because they've hit a rough patch and they just need to get their feet back under them. And so that's what we're trying to really assist with the whole community. Going forward in the months to come for Chambers County specifically, we do ask for y'all's support just because we are looking to renew a campaign with Chambers County to give the employees an opportunity to get involved, to grow the capacity, and not just from a donor standpoint, also from a volunteer standpoint and advocacy. Because there's a lot of resources out there. United Way, we bring them together. We bring together those resources in a network so people have access throughout the entire community, not just in the city centers. And so, you know, we're really looking forward to the coming months. Thank you very much for the, you know, for April 2022. It's Volunteer Appreciation Month. Volunteers are the lifeblood of United Way. And we are absolutely looking forward to moving forward with y'all. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Pleased to meet you.
You know, I'd just like to comment that right after I was elected, I had the opportunity to represent Chambers County on the long-term recovery project. And I agree with what Commissioner Snack said. I mean, the effort that went into repairing homes for family members in Chambers County was second to none. These people were ones that had already hit wits end on everything else. They had nowhere else to turn, and they got their homes back to livable conditions, better probably than they were before. And they were very fortunate and happy to have United Way helping them out. So thank you.
Great job. Thank you so much. All right, I get a motion and second. Any other questions, comments? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 1.1, discuss, consider, thank you all. Oh, come on up. Yeah, I promise you a picture. Billy, go. Take a picture. Lawrence got it. Look at Sue first. Let's go on first.
Wait a minute, there's a cord right here.
All right.
You want to step on the other side of it? There we go. Yeah.
All right. Okay, if you look up here, please. I'm done.
Now for Wayne and me, it's hard for us to see.
Did we go too far?
I'm good. I'm good. If you're,
It's hard for me to see the judge's finger over this way a little bit.
Look away, get down.
Wade, you okay?
I'm good. Thank you.
Judge, you'll move over this way.
You know.
And Commissioner
just push it
Price,
over.
will move the other way. You'll get right.
Tosh, she wants you to move out of the
Trying to
picture.
get closer to Judge.
Want you to go stand in the hall.
Commissioner Clark, there, we've got it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for all you do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Russ.
Thanks, Russ. Appreciate it.
Is she ready, Judge?
No, we'll get it. We'll get a pretty one. We'll get y'all a pretty copy of the resolution once it's certified. Okay, now let's go to 1.1, discuss, consider resolution declare March as American Red Cross Month. Ryan, Kevin. Lawrence, that Kevin was out there. There he is. Come on, Kevin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Unfortunately, our Red Cross representatives couldn't be here because of the weather. So Chester Jordan and Natalie Warren wanted to show up here for the proclamation, but they couldn't be here. So they asked me and Ryan to kind of stand in their place and for this recognition of the proclamation for Red Cross Month in the month of March. And so I don't know if we need to read the
Go
resolution.
ahead. You want to read it?
I can read it.
Go ahead.
Let me bring it up here. Trust my eyes here. Okay, whereas in times of crisis, people in the Red Cross Southeast and Deep East Texas chapter come together to care for one another. This humanitarian spirit is part of the foundation of our community and is exemplified by American Red Cross volunteers and donors. And whereas in 1881, Clara Barton founded the American Red Cross, turning her steadfast dedication for helping others into a bold mission of preventing and alleviating people's suffering. Today, more than 140 years later, we honor the kindness and generosity of Red Cross volunteers here in Chambers County who continue to carry out Clara's life-saving legacy. They join the millions of people across the United States who volunteer, give blood, donate financially, or learn vital life-saving preserving skills through the Red Cross. And whereas in Chambers County, the contributions of local Red Cross volunteers give hope to the most vulnerable in their darkest hour, whether it is providing emergency shelter, food, and comfort for families devastated by local disasters like home fires, hurricanes, and tropical storms, or donating essential blood for accident and burn victims, heart surgery, organ transplants, patients, and those receiving treatment for leukemia, cancer, or sickle cell disease. Another wonderful thing the Red Cross does is support service members and veterans, along with their families and caregivers, through the unique challenges of military life. The Red Cross also helps to save the lives of others with first aid, CPR, and other skills. And whereas their work to prevent and alleviate human suffering is vital to strengthening our community resilience, we dedicate this month of March to all those who continue to advance the noble legacy of American Red Cross founder, Clara Burton, who lived by her words, "You must never think of anything except the need and how to meet it." We ask others to join this commitment to give back in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the members of Chambers County Commissioners Court do hereby proclaim March 2022 as Red Cross Month. Resolved this 22nd day of March, 2022.
So what's your ties to Red Cross, Kevin?
So locally, I am the shelter manager for the county, along with my other public health duties, but also I'm a part of the Red Cross board for this deep Southeast Texas. Unfortunately, I have not been as active as I could be because of COVID and this other stuff that we've been doing on the public health side. But as this continues to go down, I plan, of course, to get more active with them. And Chester and Natalie Warren have been reaching out, and they've been active in that. And so that's my tie to it. That's where me and Ryan kind of tag team together with that.
Good. Ryan, anything?
No. Nothing I could add.
Entertain a motion. Motion by Commissioner Gores, second by Commissioner Hammond. So you want a picture?
Sure, if you like.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Go ahead, Commissioner Gores. Come on up, Kevin, Ryan.
Just grab one of them.
Morning, Kevin.
Stay sitting down, you make me look tall.
Okay, guys, if I can get you out here real quick.
Go and say.
All right. Okay, I'm finished.
Kevin, don't block nobody out.
That's cold.
He's kind of solid.
I do blame one person.
I got to turn sideways and laughing, so we'll probably. Mark, got you ducking that.
done.
All right, thanks, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Kevin. Thank you, Ryan.
We're not friends both magazine, but we would like a decent
Well,
picture.
anything.
Sorry about that, Judge. There's so many people.
Thanks, Ryan.
I don't want to leave anybody out.
Hey, you're out.
Thanks, Charlie.
All right, let's go to environmental protection. 9.1, discuss consider nuisance abatement located at 416 Bertrand Street, Winnie, Texas. Good morning, Victoria. We also have Framer here for public comments. I'll let you start it off, please, ma'am.
Good morning, Court. Good morning, Judge, Commissioners. I'm Victoria with Environmental Health. We had received this complaint back in March of last year, 2021, and we had issued them a first notice, complied with 30 days. Ms. Kramer had contacted us and stated that her grandsons would be working on the property, on cleaning up the property, as there was, a lot of just items, furniture, as you can see in the pictures, and she could not do it by herself. And we gave them, it's been about a year from when we first made initial contact to when we submitted this to court. And we felt that there was a lot of time in between. So that's the reason we decided to bring this case forth to Commissioner's Court for possible abatement. We informed Ms. Kramer, and she stated that they were still working on cleaning up the property. So really we would like the court's decision on that. And I know Ms. Kramer has a couple of comments regarding the situation.
Okay, thank you, Victoria. Ms. Kramer, come on up.
Yes.
You need to come up here, ma'am. This is Ella Kramer, 410 Bertrand, 416, I'm sorry, Bertrand Street.
Yes,
Pull that microphone around to you a little bit, please, so we can get you on the record.
my grandkids are living there. There's two minor ones there. The oldest one's taking care of the boys. And before my son passed away, they had an RV moved in. It was supposed to be going to Hampshire's to my son's girlfriend's mother's. I can't find nobody to take it to get rid. It's dilapidated. It looks horrible out there. And I've even called Kevin at Winnie Welding to see if he could tear it down. And he looked into the situation and said that because it had contained a gas tank and oil, that you couldn't just use any kind of saw with it. And it would be, you know, I don't know how much that would take to tear it down and who I could find to do it. And I don't want to make more of a mess than what's already over there. As far as there was a bunch of garbage in the yard and I got onto the boys for that. That's no excuse for that. And they did start cleaning it up, mow the lawn and stuff. It's getting springtime. But we're still trying. My son had some people that were living there, helping him out when he became bedridden. And they would go, they'd scrap stuff. And I've hauled, I don't know how much out myself. My truck's down now and I physically can't do it anymore. But I've hauled so many truckloads. I go twice a week when I was staying with the boys to the dump with a truckload of stuff. And next morning, you'd see it. They come in the night, driveway full of stuff. We've gotten rid of all the people that lived there first thing. They were trashing. But there were people also that didn't even live there that were go clean somebody's yard and bring up stuff and put it in the backyard. And I happened to catch them when they were doing it and made them load it back up in their truck and go. But we're hopefully gradually getting it cleaned up. It will take some time. Like I said, I've hauled, my grandson's hauled. And they don't have a backyard to keep their dirt bikes and stuff in, but you know, they put the FEMA trailer to the back.
Maybe.
But he did get a shed, and as soon as they get their floors redone in the trailer, then he'll be able to store like the dirt pipe and stuff that don't need to be sitting out in the yard.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Gore had an idea. Maybe United Way could come in and assist you with that. If you'll, before you leave, you'll come back to my office and get their number
Okay,
and give them a call.
I'll be glad if anybody can.
No, I understand. All right, thank you.
Judge, just add one more
Go ahead.
comment to this. And like I said, the initial complaint was back in March of last year, but here more recently, about February, I had been contacted by Lana in Commissioner Gore's office stating that there was another complaint on that property. Now that was not included in the article submitted to you for review, but because I had already told her that this case was already, you know, in process and we were already reviewing it and had taken steps. So, you know, just to let you know, there are a couple of complaints that have been issued for this property. So that's the reason that we now felt the need to bring it up to you.
Thank you. Do you understand that, Ms. Kramer? It's been a year, so it's.
Yeah. I've been hauling for about 3 years now. Like I said, they were just bringing stuff more and more over there until we finally got rid of it.
Okay. All right, Victoria, I mean, what's your recommendation?
Like you said, if United Way can help, that would be, you know, pretty good solution. I understand Ms. Kramer said her financial reasons, you know, it's limited to what or who she could hire. I had even mentioned to her if she could look into leasing a big dumpster, the type that they put on construction sites so that they could remove a lot of the trash and such easily. I am not aware of the pricing and costs associated with leasing those type of dumpsters, but no, that's another way that may be the easiest way for them. That way they wouldn't have to haul it, you know, in their own personal vehicle in as many loads. I personally, after the first initial visit back in March, I have not been in the backyard. There was some discarded furniture in the backyard. Like I said, I haven't been back there, so I'm not aware of what the state of that is right now. So just, there was, pictures that I sent for review, so the court knows, there was just a lot of broken furniture, just a lot of things just strewn about the yard, in the backyard as well.
Okay, so Ms. Kramer, do you understand? Thank you. Do you understand, you know, if you don't get it cleaned up, what the process is and what, as Victoria explained to you, what would happen? Well, the county would end up coming in and cleaning it up and then putting a lien against the property. And if you ever sold it, county would get refunded that portion first. Just make sure you understand the process.
I would love to. Can we table it for right now, Judge?
You can make the motion, do whatever you want to with it.
What I'd like to do is have Victoria and Ms. Kramer work with United Way in my office to see if they can assist, and if they can assist, I will make arrangements for the dumpster to be out there for them to discard the stuff. So let's see if they can do that, and let's give her, I don't know how long it would take y'all to get everything worked out with them, say.
Bring them back in 30 days and see where they are.
30 days.
All right, how about the first court or the second court in April?
That's fine.
We'll table it till the second court in April. But you need to have something done by then, which I mean, for review. That doesn't mean you're gonna go forward with this. but- No, I don't think I think he was just
The
talking.
discussion.
So,
But that-
I mean, I thought he was, but then it ended up in a discussion, so.
That'd be my motion, though, Judge. Let's bring it back to second court.
So table it until the second court in April.
Second court in April, Ms. Hawthorne was right.
All right, motion, second,
Yes.
to table it until, I got a motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice.
Yes.
You didn't see a second.
Yeah.
Um,
He's quick.
to table it until the second court in April, whatever date that is.
That's correct,
Work
right.
with her and take that number and call.
I got two questions.
Yes.
Please.
Yes, sir. Questions?
Ms. Kramer, who's living there now?
I have 3 grandsons, whatever. No teenagers. And then he's got his girlfriend that has a baby that's living there.
And Victoria, have you seen any progress on that cleanup?
Yes, in the sense that the initial items that were on the property were not visible, or some of them were not.
Right.
But it's, like she mentioned, you know, they may remove some things, but then other things take their
Brought other
place.
stuff? Okay.
And the biggest things on the property, it's actually 2 RVs. One is the one that's right there on the driveway, and there's one farther back in that was also, the weeds around it would overgrown, the windows, doors, everything, you know, it did not look livable at that time when I had seen it. So
We're planning on getting rid of it too.
So that's, like I said, to begin with, it's the 2 RVs.
Okay.
And then just all the items, furniture, just trash scattered around the property.
So-
Yeah, it
Well,
looks
yeah,
like there's an
so-
RV and a motorhome there, so,
Mhm.
along with the trailer house.
Yes, like I said, on the initial pictures is where you can see everything more clearly.
Right.
During the initial inspection, I had a deputy with me, and he had observed that there was a dog on the property. I wasn't sure about whether it was fair or not. So I tread lightly when it comes to that, to not put myself in a situation. And then like I said, during the initial inspection, there was a gentleman there that assisted me walking the property, and that's why I was able to look in the back. Since then, it had just been pictures taken from the side of the road and such. If there was nobody outside, that would grant me access to see the back.
If they're not habitable, I mean, United Way or whatever goes over, we can have them destroyed and put into.
We can, request them.
Question.
But I mean, your grandsons can't help you get this cleaned up.
Well, he had a truck and then it went down. It made some and then it went down. I think he's got it back up. And he's got a friend that's got a trailer and it's not, my son has a trailer. Used to haul.
Okay, so the motion is to give her basically 30 days, whatever the date is in April. But you need to make sure you've gotten a lot done by then before, when it comes back to court. All right, so is that all your questions, Tom?
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you.
Back to page 1. No. Stay on page 2. Chelsea out there? I'm gonna get to you, Bobby, just a minute. I see you staring at me. Come on in, Chelsea. 18.1, discuss and consider approving the IRS 415 excess benefit agreement payout from CCDRS for county retirees. Good morning, Chelsea.
Good morning. How are y'all?
Good.
Okay.
How are you?
Good. So I have Ralph with us with our TCDRS
Morning, Ralph.
representative. He's actually going to explain how this process works.
Thank you, Chelsea. Good to see you all again.
Good morning.
Good to see you. State your name for the record, Ralph, please.
Ralph Wallace, Employer Services Representative with the Texas County and District Retirement System.
Thank you, sir.
I believe Chelsea had printed these out for the court. I want to make sure you all have one of those. Let's just go ahead and flip to the second page of that document. And let's just talk about what is an IRS 415 excess benefit limit. It's basically an annual amount that when a retiree hits this annual amount, TCD can no longer send a monthly retirement check to that individual for the remainder of that year. For 2022, that limit is $245,000 for retirees that are ages 62 and over. And usually you'll see two types of people that this will affect. Usually somebody that's been working with the county for years and they built up quite a retirement account with their contributions over those years. And so usually it's somebody like that, or it could be a relatively young, higher salaried employee of the county as well. And if you move over to the next page where it says we test each year, our actuaries basically conduct a test each year of all of the members in the retirement system to see who would potentially hit this thing if they retired anywhere from now into the next 4 years from now. Okay, and then they let they let me know which employers have employees that could run into this. And Chambers County came up on that list this year, and that's why I'm here. And so if you go to the next page, there's basically two options for a county in this situation. The court can either take no action, which if the court does take no action, then whenever an individual that's retired hits that limit for the year, then those remaining months of the year, they just don't get a retirement benefit until the new year starts over in that situation. Now, what the IRS does allow us to do is to give the county the option to take action and adopt what is called a qualified benefit replacement agreement. And if you move over to the next page, let me explain to you how this thing works. If y'all have somebody that retires and they're about to run into this throughout the year, we're going to notify Chelsea's team in advance to let them know, hey, you know, John Smith is fixing to hit this limit and we can no longer pay or send a benefit directly from the retirement system to him for those remaining months of the year. And what'll happen is every month, as the court may or may not know, every month y'all send us your monthly deposits for retirement from your employees and from your payroll to fund retirement benefits down the road. So the way this would work, if there's a benefit agreement in place already and y'all have someone hit this thing, then what we would do, and I'll give y'all an example. Let's say y'all have somebody that makes it through October in retirement and they hit that IRS limit what we would do for November and December is those deposits y'all send us each month for your regular retirement, we would reduce that amount by the amount that that individual would have gotten, and the county is allowed to directly pay that individual out for the rest of the year. Okay, one thing I want to emphasize on this, because in dealing with other employers on this over the last several years, some of them tend to believe that more money's got to be paid out of the county to do this. And that's not the case. The money's there because when you hired these folks, you started putting that money away for them throughout their entire career. So the money's there. It's just who has to pay that individual is what changes once they hit that limit. They just won't let us do it for the remainder of the year. Does that make sense to the court? And so, like I said, you basically got two options. You know, y'all can either adopt that agreement or you just don't take any action. And
You're still drawing it out of their funds.
what's that?
If you pay them direct, you're still drawing it out of their funds.
Yeah, it's still coming from that
That's what I'm
same pot of
saying.
money. It's just who's paying it.
Yeah.
It's not the money paid in directly for the.
Yeah. But that's pretty much it.
But technically, it's their money, I guess,
their
the
money.
agreement
Yeah.
for retirement. they
Y'all have
paid
put
it
the
in.
money away in for them.
Right,
And, you
so-
know, they've earned that benefit.
It's their money with our match, so.
It's
Yeah,
their
it's
money
our-
with
With our
exactly,
match,
Judge.
but that was our agreement going into it. I mean, that's what the county.
Right, that's what.
Right.
So tell us options. again.
And so
Sorry.
by adopting this now, we just believe that it would be better for y'all that if y'all do adopt it, it'd be better for y'all to do it now before this potentially happens than having to deal with it after it happens.
And your recommendation would be,
To adopt the IRS 415 excess benefit agreement.
The money's there, you know, I would say adopt it.
we.
Well, I'll make a motion that we adopt it, because it's their money.
Motion by Commissioner Collins, second by Commissioner Gore. Questions? Hearing none, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you, Ralph.
Okay. Thank you all very
Chelsea.
much.
Thank you, Ralph.
It's good to see y'all again.
Same here, Ralph.
Yeah, comes the door. I don't know about y'all, but I need a quick break.
I'm down with that.
Let's take 10. Bobby, we'll get you, we'll get back. Yeah, you don't have to leave for a little bit anyway.
You scared the shit.
Brother Thibodeau, don't do that.
Yeah.
Well,
But Judge, you know what?
well.
Wait, we're on.
All right, Chambers County Commissioner Court come to order after break. It's 10:47 a.m. We're going to Corey Taylor's home with us. Bobby Howell will start out on the road and bridge at 3.6. Discuss, consider order abandoning a certain portion of Shady Glen Drive. Bobby Howell.
Yes, sir, Judge. Mr. Jeff Lumens has come before the, won't have a portion of Shady Glen. Shady Glen is a part of Allen. He owns on the side of Oak Island of the Shady Glen Drive. Bay Foundation on that side. There's a map we have, showing where it is. It has roadside ditches on both sides. It has a Trinity Bay Conservation District sewer line down the middle of it. He owns the property in lots 9 and 10 of lot 5 of Oak Island number 2. And he wants to build in there, and he has a problem right now. He has some facilities there, but he's down there on the weekend, and people will go down to the bottom, drive down Shady Glen and dump trash in the boat channels. Crab holes to crab, whatever trash they can find, they dump in there. So he would like to have that road closed. That would give him complete control of that portion of it. People come around on Oak Island Drive and then also Shady Glen, they go south. And so there's a process, and he has been through that process. Y'all had a public hearing, I think, back in February, according to the engineering department. I'm not sure on this. So we have, the order is here. This is an order we've used before that I've put together, and it has the specific where the Chambers County is going to retain 2 40-foot drainage easements, which will help take care of the roadside ditches, which really takes in the whole 80 feet. Plus Trinity Bay is going to retain a 10-foot sewer line easement across it. And they have some specific wording in there that nothing be built on it. And what happens is if this is approved for abandonment, then this order will be filed in the clerk's office and conveying this property to Jeff Loomis and Galveston Bay Foundation. Now, according to the law, it's a fee strip, therefore, Mr. Loomis has to pay for it. And it's been praised, and you don't have the attached appraisal, but the order has the attached appraisal, and I think I'm right, wasn't it about 11,000, Tommy, I think?
Yes, sir, somewhere in there.
Somewhere in there. He will have to pay. Now, the sad thing is that these are abandoned, you don't have to pay for it, because it's a fee strip dedicated to the county. The subdivision were put in. They were put in the 50s to 60s by someone I knew, my dad. So they were put in there. So that's what we have. I think it would be good to go ahead and abandon it. That way it control the trash, and then the county's not maintaining it. You see the picture, there's a picture in there, you can see it's grown over with grass. There's kind of a trail in there, but that's all we have.
So Bobby, he would take ownership of the fee with Galveston Bay?
Yes.
So would they own that in undivided interest each?
Half and half.
Is it going to be divided by meets and bounds, half and half?
Yes.
Or is it undivided interest? It is divided by meets and bounds?
Meets and bounds or exhibit B and C.
So he's only purchasing half the right, or half.
He's purchasing the whole right of way. He's paying for the whole right of way, because the whole right of way, the whole 80 foot was appraised at $11,000. He's actually putting the money up, and Galveston Bay is going to benefit from him doing that. I haven't visited with Jim. Tommy, do you have anything to add to that?
No, sir. I know that there's a letter floating around somewhere from Galveston Bay Foundation that they didn't want any part of that property. So I don't know how that factors into that.
Well, the only way they're not going to have to get it, they'll have to end up quick claiming their half of it to Mr. Loomis.
Okay.
Because the law states it goes 50-50, and you notice it's different acreages because of the pie being on an angle, and you do not divide it by acreage, equal acreage, you divide it by equal footage. So it's split in half, 40 and 40.
Does Jeff know that?
I don't know that he knows that report, so.
Bobby, I thought you had to offer it to
No,
both
sir.
parties, but the other one could if they didn't want it, it could go to the other owner.
The law says it's divided by, the law, if you look at 251, chapter 251, Charlie, that would be the way it's divided.
All right, other questions, Bob? You want to ask Charlie to look at that before we act on
Well,
this?
I've already passed it by the county attorney.
Oh, yeah,
She read it.
okay.
Now, whether she read it for law or whether she read it because make sure I didn't make any mistakes in the spelling. She did catch 2 spelling. She said everything looked good to her.
You put that in her for a test, so you know she read it.
That's right. And then also I gave her the law to go, the 251 chapter.
It sounds right if you're questioning whether or not exactly fair on your question, but it's be simple. The only way it is split by meets and bounds, basically partnership. If he is voluntarily paying the money that's benefiting both parcels.
Yeah, but we need to make sure he understands that before we act on this.
And if Galveston Bay doesn't want it, and we're dividing it and giving it to them without consulting with them, up front about it, that just gives me a little bit of caution. And I know, the reason I asked that, in Beach City, when I was the mayor there, we had a similar situation where the party that wanted to take the land actually got letters from the other landowners stating they did not want it. And our attorneys at that time advised us that we could, sell it all to that one landowner because the other ones had written a letter saying they did not want it.
Basically like a waiver then.
Yeah, I kind of recall.
It would be cleaner if there is a quick clean deed, if they really don't want it.
That's
fast
right.
and easy and not-
And I don't disagree, but I just think we ought to at least consult with them
Remember
to
that.
find out.
Remember that cities operate under different laws than counties.
I understand.
You're on check.
That's right.
All right, you want to hold off a vote on this till you talk to?
Yeah, I think he needs to know that and see what.
So I've been-
Morning, Brad.
Yeah, morning, y'all. I've been working with Jeff for a while and I did tell him that he would be responsible for the purchase of the entire property. However, that he would only, that, like Bobby said, Galveston Bay Foundation, they're going to benefit from this. Now, whether it's, well, that's a legal thing. Now, as far as the letter goes, it wasn't really a letter that the Galveston Bay Foundation sent him, it was just an email that just simply said, we offer, and I don't remember exactly, no objection to what he wants to do. So unless like they want to quit claim it, but I don't know how we would just simply, I don't think you could just simply sell that east half, so because it's the entire right of way. And
So Galveston Bay is aware.
they are
said
aware.
they didn't make any objection.
And so I told Mr. Loomis, I said, and all it was an email, not an actual letterhead. I said, you may want an actual letter from the Galveston Bay Foundation. And he did, he told me that he spoke to them and he said, well, the guy said, I'm just gonna send an email. Now, if that has any weight behind it, I don't know. I don't know if you need something like an official letterhead, but I did see the email and it wasn't the attachment.
Yeah, he said he had talked to him.
Yeah, he has.
Yeah.
Early on.
Is, official, yeah.
From the Galveston Bay, I don't know. I mean, it looked legit, but I did communicate that with Mr. Loomis that he would have to pay for the entire right of way, although, he would not really be able to utilize it west half. Unless like.
Unless he has an agreement with Galveston Bay or quit claim.
Right.
Yeah, well, my concern was, just putting this off on Galveston Bay without their consent, knowing it. But, what I'm unclear of right now, it sounds like you're saying they do know it And they have given their consent.
Yes, sir, that is correct. And so here's the basis of this whole entire process was that Jeff wanted to put a driveway in on that east side, just so he could get into it where he's building a home out there.
Yeah.
That was, he wanted a driveway. So he's spending 11 grand to have access, and that's really it. So.
And he wants to
And that's
gate
the
it too
process.
because of the trash. that Bobby
Sure,
mentioned.
sure, you can control that. He can legally put up a gate, although the county would still need access as well as Trinity Bay, because they've got a easement in there. Sewer line, yeah. Yeah, so as long as we have access somehow, that he can gate it. I don't know why we wouldn't be able to.
We had the same issue on, remember, years ago, Kinzer Road. The far west end of Kinzer Road, we did the same thing. We closed a portion of that 6-foot right of way, 30 of it went to the portion on the south, 30 foot went to the person on the north, and we retained a 30-foot easement on the north side. We had a drain ditch there, roadside ditch. We have done this in Winnie several times, where there's a dedicated right of way, someone wants access, just let them build their own driveway down that road. It's a public thoroughfare. That's the same with this. The only problem with that is everybody and their brother has access to it. And that's something that I think Mr. Loomis said, that even when he's down there working, people still back up there and dump trash. So otherwise he can close it off completely. No one could go down except the county and Trinity Bay, Mr. Loomis, and of course Galveston Bay Foundation. But now if he takes the time and has them claim him, he's already got the description and do the hat. And then what we'll do, we'll have a letter typed up that goes with the order stating that who gets what out of this. Galveston Bay gets the west, and that as according to exhibit C, I think B, and then C would be the exhibit for Loomis. And it's all filed in the records, and the title is transferred at that time.
Sounds like Galveston Bay, I mean, they sent that email, Brad, they're aware of it. So, I feel like,
They're aware.
move forward, if they want to do a quick claim.
No, I'm okay now. I just wanted to make sure that.
I'd make a motion to go ahead and approve it.
I'll second it.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. All right, any other questions, comments?
No.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Bobby.
Anything
Thanks,
else?
Bobby.
I don't think so.
I have the original order, and I will add the statement on it, of which party gets what, and we'll clean that up. So, because I just read in the order has to state who's getting what part.
Then you send that to Heather.
And then I will get it to Heather. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
But after, the judge got to sign first. And I'll get it to him this week.
That'll work.
No,
Appreciate it.
I can print that anytime I want to.
All right, I have one of the citizen comment. Let's go with that item. David Jacobs, Only in America's 1921. So we're gonna go to 1921. Approved Bay 10 Business Park, track 4-5, final plat. Mr. Jacobs.
Judge, do we need for it?
Yeah, we're going back to the road and bridge in just a moment. Yeah, come on up, sir. All right, you have 3 minutes to make your citizen comment, or if you just want to answer questions, or, but go ahead.
No, I'm just here to answer any questions that anyone would have or concerns.
All right. All right, Corey, you hear me?
Yes, yeah, can you hear me?
We're on 1921 Bay 10 Business Park, tracks 4 and 5, final plat.
We're recommending approval on this. Here for any questions y'all might have.
Corey, I did have one question on it. We did actually they put the 100-foot setback on it, which is good. But why did that stop short going up on lot 2? It only went like about 1/3 of the way up the lot.
Have to, Brad, do you know that off hand?
Brad.
Yeah, so it was my understanding that they have a detention pond that. Are you okay?
Okay, Brad.
So maybe
now,
Ian.
Yeah, I know where the detention pond is. That makes sense.
Yeah, so that it ends right there with our detention pond.
Okay, that makes sense.
And so Ian Stewart is here if y'all need
Okay.
to ask about that.
No, that makes sense. I understand.
Okay. And so, and there's a note, I don't know verbatim what it is, but that there's a lighting, the lighting illumination plans would be involved or included in the civil once those are supplied, once we get down to the actual development of the actual individual buildings. So, I mean, I didn't know that they would have to submit anything with the plat itself because you don't exactly know what's going to go on the ground. Just
No,
yet.
no,
So
I
there is
get it,
there is a
but-
note that
I
lays
just
it out.
think the setback should be on the plans. so.
Right.
Flat.
Yeah. I think that satisfies because on the east side, that's the only portion that actually butts up against residential. Everything else around them is commercial, so they're good in that aspect.
Agreed.
So the tension's right here, really?
Yeah. it's
Right above.
Right up there.
Lot 3.
And on the
Now that he
northeast,
mentioned it,
on the northeast.
I know what it looks like there.
Okay.
What'd you say, Brad?
I was just saying that the detention pond is on the northeast section.
Okay, entertain a motion.
So moved, Judge. Second.
Motion by Commissioner Todd, second by Commissioner Combs. Any other questions, comments, or none of the favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thanks for being here. All right, back to the top, road and bridge, 3.1, discuss and consider approving a Maryport Business Park green belt variance from 50 foot to 20 foot, my time's up. 50 foot to 20 foot south of FM 565 and east of FM 2354.
Okay, Court, I got some questions on this one this week after being posted. This is not one that I'm recommending. Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear.
Okay, so and this goes, well, Billy and I have been working with them for quite some time. We did initially do a 20-foot based on trying to work with them on a property that was already started without the permit. They thought that they were kind of going along the lines of an old, I guess, direction that was allowed years back. But anyway, this is not something I'm recommending. So you have additional questions?
Billy?
No, I agree with Corey. I'm not recommending it either.
Okay. State your name, sir.
So I'm Ross Owen with National Property
Ross,
Holdings.
did you fill out a form?
Got assigned in and.
Okay, when you get through speaking, fill out a public participation form for me, please.
Yes, sir.
And just turn in. Go ahead, Ron.
Yeah, so I'm Ross Owen with National Property Holdings. I'm here on behalf of Maryport LLC and Maryport Business Park, the owner Michael Plank. We're submitting this variance request. Really, we kind of feel like we should be grandfathered under the previous 20-foot greenbelt rule based on the history behind all this and how we site planned our site. We built everything to accommodate the 20-foot criteria, and it even the plat and our previous variance request, which acknowledged the 20-foot but deferred it to a later date, that was approved February last year, the same day of which the 50-foot buffer was imposed and approved in court. So we feel like we designed everything under the old criteria, but the new criteria, I'm sorry, we designed and built everything under the old criteria prior to the new criteria coming out. That's why we feel like we're grandfathered. And also the area around the site is mixed use of commercial and residential. It's not just one or the other. There's a new recreation center, like it's a sports complex that just went up over there. In between some houses, there's a Frontier Communications building over there. And, you know, I feel like we have a valid standing of why we're requesting this. And we even put together plans of what we were proposing to install, a series of berms, screening, oaks, magnolias of such to better enhance the property, screen it, serve as sound protection for all the residents that are around this area.
So we approved the plat with a 20-foot green last February?
Yes, sir. And that was a comment on it, on the plat. I guess it was from Brad Wilbur and his team. There was a 20-foot comment denoted along the property lines that are affected by the residential.
Corn.
So we required that there again, they started building a foundation and a pad before without a permit. And they were kind of locked in. The court worked with them to get an initial, that 20 foot was all that would fit at the time, but the intent was to work even within that 20 foot aggressively to meet the overall code of sight and sound. And then furthermore, you know, that the additional 50 foot would be addressed on the further development. And so that's what I feel like we should meet.
And we granted the variance. We worked with Ryan and, you know, and we all had an understanding that they would have to come back and meet that criteria. But they had already started the foundation, so we tried to accommodate, you know, and whether he's grandfathered or not, I mean, that's a legal question. I can't answer that, but you know, we just need the green belts, we need separation, we need the sight and sound barriers. Because this is really just right out, very visible.
Yeah, we're not disputing that we need something. We're more than happy to do it. We just want to do it under the old criteria, which we designed and built according to. Because that's all we knew existed at the time. Really, there wasn't anything else formal or restrictions against the property at the time.
Can it be done at 20 foot?
We submitted plans to do that. Yes, sir.
You talk to your neighbor to the south there,
Which one?
the one that's got like 70 something acres just south of you.
I think they sold that recently, and they approached the mud engineer for capacity. Maybe I'm mistaken. I don't know. I think they're looking at maybe doing the same thing in that 70 acres. we're talking about.
Well, if it were industrial, you know, the 50 foot would go away. But currently it's not residential.
It's undeveloped residential.
It's where Al Nelson lives.
No, it's Al's property.
We need legal to look at this to see if we can force it.
I don't know. Like I said, I cannot support reducing the green belt.
I agree with you, but I mean, if we approved it as a 20 foot deal,
Yeah, do we have a leg?
do we have, can we go back and change it? I think.
Well, the initial 20 foot is something that's, we are, I mean, that's on that south boundary, and that is something that we're abiding by, but the rest of it is to be the 50 foot boundary.
Is it worded like that?
Well, they don't have the rest of their development. They didn't have the rest of their development defined at that time. So that's all that we, you know, approved at the time of the variance.
Did we approve a plat for the whole
That's what I want to know.
development
That's what.
with the 20 foot?
We haven't platted the whole development yet, no, sir.
Okay, so you haven't platted this area that you asked for the variance?
We've platted a portion of it, yes, sir.
Before,
That's been approved.
Yes.
before we changed it to 50 feet?
Actually, I think they were on the same
meeting,
agenda.
same agenda. I copied that in my submission of the variance today.
Right.
I thought that was the one that we were working with Ryan
Oh,
on,
it is
the
in here.
variance, and is that not right, Corey?
It is right. Yes. I mean, and they were, like I said, we were trying to work with them based on them, you know, not having to tear up a huge slab of concrete out there.
I feel like we're being reasonable too, you know, offering to spend a couple $100,000 to install these green space areas and giving up developable space and, you know, tax revenue to you know, the county and all the other powers that be.
So Approve variance to green space requirements for National Property Holdings, Ameriport Business Park.
But the way it's worded, it doesn't say, I mean, the way it's worded, it could be the whole area. It could
Well,
be the whole thing.
Be interested to see what the motion is.
I'm just asking for the area south of 565 and east of 2354, not the northern part at this time. And one of the bigger reasons why we're asking for this today is we have a 1 million square foot building we're looking to get the building permit released for. We actually sold the property to a different user, and we have a commitment to deliver the building to them by a certain date. And we can't get a permit until this issue is rectified.
I'd like to have legal look into it. I don't know.
That's fine.
Anyway, I'm going to Corey on this, so. Whichever way he's been involved in this. So, I don't know.
So you want to table it and have legal look at it?
Tice, it's your precinct. What do you think?
I definitely want to have a legal look at it before we move forward with this, Judge.
Okay. Let's table it then, Ross, and we'll bring it back next court.
Okay, what about the building permit? It's kind of a separate issue, but since we did sell that portion of the property that's not affected by these areas.
That won't have any effect on the green space.
No, we sold, no, sir. That area in particular will not have any effect on us.
It's this big one, big building here.
Yes, sir, at the very corner of 565 and 2354.
Car, is there any reason not to go and give the building permit on that portion? Since the green space is not affected.
It's not in the same area.
It's the one, if you'll look at the map, it's on page 13. And it's the one right at the southeast corner of 2354 and 565. And they own the property to the north of it and to the west of it. And adjacent, well, they own all the property surrounding that building.
I mean, I was not prepared to respond to that today. I would need to talk to the rest of the committee, Ryan and Brad, and make sure that we're
okay. But the green
ready
space
to
is
release.
not holding up this permit for this portion. The green space issue.
Well, yes, it is.
Because they're
We
not
had said
green-
that we had said we weren't moving forward without the green space approval because of just being so far apart in essentially the intent of what they were proposing. But I mean, this is if y'all want me to move forward, I mean, that's y'all's call. I just didn't want to lose the opportunity to get the green space correct.
I hear you, Corey. It's just not our property anymore. And we're trying to deliver to this customer of ours, but we are more than willing to make whatever the court decides happen, given the opportunity to legal to review.
I agree. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I'm just presenting it to the court and want to make sure that we're moving in the direction they would have us to go.
So the only green belt we're talking about is the one on the end of the property that would be the south, I guess, southeast end.
The south and the east side.
Right there around the curve.
And a little bit on the north, to the northeast. There's a little bit on 565 that's across from some residents also. But they own
right there on
all
the
the
corner.
property. They bought.
Well, yeah, I think the stuff on the east end and the southeast corner is the main issue.
Yeah, I'm
And
looking
just
at it on the map.
and so that's the stuff that's really visible from 3180 and the residential stuff along that east side over there with the houses along 565 and to the north. That's all going to be new residential on their east boundary over there as well. So, you know, like I said, there's a small 20-foot section that we allowed east of 2354 over there. Because, you know, essentially we kind of got put in a corner a little bit, and there again, you know, Ross is right. Our stuff was, you know, kind of developing at that time with the concept of green space. And so, you know, we allowed that first segment in there, but we still want it to meet the concept. And I think being much narrower, and like, you know, we'll see on these other, we've got a couple more of these variance requests, and, you know, I think the walls, you know, what needs to be built there needs to be a little more defined and, you know, permanent type of situation there. And so
it could be a 20-foot green belt if it was a design that would do what we
Well, it
wanted.
needs to meet the intent, yes, the full intent of what we'd like to do in getting rid of the, I guess, just, you know.
Yeah, the issue with that is those buildings are put right up against the property line. So when you look at, you know, a green belt is right up against the building. It's one thing, you know, if it's 300-400 feet away, but if it's right up against the building, I mean, you know, that's like me standing up against the building. I'm not hiding the building by no means.
So for
It's
further
tough.
reference, you know, the building on the south property line that y'all are talking about, or, you know,
Right.
we're 40 foot off the property line. We have to be by code for what we're
I
building.
understand when you got a 40-foot tall building. It's,
Understood. We're putting measures in place to accommodate the screening, but, you know, if we go to 50 and then a 20-foot building setback beyond that, we don't have any building left versus what the roads and infrastructure we already built.
yeah, I do think we need to see what, if you said that property to the south is sold, we need to look and see what kind of use they got. That might make a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're talking about this cross-dock building right here.
That's the one that he's already sold the land
Okay.
and they're doing a build to suit.
So we're talking about the front lobe.
That's the one he wants to permit for right there.
Which one? Front lobe?
The one Tommy's got on. the
This one right
screen.
here.
The cross dock.
Oh, the big
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, big cross
This
dock.
one.
Yeah.
Front
we-
load, the proposed front load would be, you know, affected pretty substantially if that 50-foot and 20-foot setback beyond that was imposed on that. And it's already locked in by the infrastructure built around it.
Okay. Table, you know, Corey, go forward with permit. We still work out issues on grain belt.
Judge, I got no problem going forward to permit on that one.
Okay, so let's table 3.1. Ross, see what you can work out with the engineering department.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, as long as Corey's good with everything we need for the permit.
Yeah.
From all his group.
That's
So
it.
we're fine with that. That does not address the green belt issue at all.
No, it'll still have to come back to court. We'll put it on, it'll come back next court.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks,
Take
sir.
care.
Ross, we'll be talking.
3.1,
3.1.
Run Bridge, it wasn't, it just related to the permit.
Okay.
All right, Corey, did you start to say something?
No, I was just saying, with Ross and I'd be talking
Okay.
to let him know what the rest of the group says. So.
All right, 3.2, discuss, consider approving Heights of Baytown Section 1 variance request to waive the requirement for 29 feet local street widths within the internal streets to 28 feet. Corey.
Okay, so this was our local code, our manual has 29 feet back to back. This is in the city of Baytown's ETJ, and they used City of Baytown's design criteria on several concepts, And so they have 28 feet. So there again, this is just one of those things after we had issues with one of the subdivisions in our area, we went and changed several of the codes to try to allow for more traffic flow, so we wouldn't have issues with buses, school buses, and trash
Emergency
trucks,
vehicles.
and emergency vehicles and other situations. So we landed on 29 feet, and we kind of went back and forth. That's 29 feet with either 6-inch curb or a 12-inch laydown, which in observing stuff, we found that vehicles would drive a little bit further away and park a little bit further away if you had a 6-inch curb versus a laydown. So essentially you end up with about the same amount of 27 foot of driving surface, essentially. So 28, they've got 6-inch curb on this, I believe. And so I think you'd be off. So, essentially you're at 26 foot. It's a foot difference. Whether or not that makes a huge difference or not, we said they could move forward if they met the requirements, but otherwise, it'd have to come to y'all for a variance. So, like I said, they did build to a code. It was just not Chambers County. They're meeting City of Baytown, which they're in their area.
Who has jurisdiction in City of Baytown, ETJ?
Well,
We both do. I think it's whichever one's most stringent.
it is true. And so, and that's the problem, is that you kind of go back and forth, and in some places Baytown's a little more stringent, and in other areas Chambers County is. And so, sometimes the developers do feel a little pulled in each direction. I do understand where they're coming from, but there again, it doesn't give me heartburn if you approve it, but I don't like really setting precedents either. So, I've asked them to change it, but anyway, just what other questions might y'all have?
Ryan, what about emergency vehicles?
Yes.
Oh, yes, sir. So, when the manual was developed with engineering, it was to address some past issues that were occurring in some of the other neighborhoods. And so, personally, I'm not comfortable with making more narrow roadways or cul-de-sacs or anything in that regard, because it was carefully considered, when we made that change. And I don't know if Corey was involved in that, or if it was Bobby that was involved when
It was me.
Yeah.
That was, we started working on that back in 2019. It was after the Joseph's Cove situation,
Right.
real narrow streets, and
That
was 24 foot streets, and essentially, I mean, this is obviously a little bit more than that, but and they're straighter streets. The other problem with Joseph Cove is how windy they are, not as straight, and not as large a driveway. So, it's not certainly not the same
If you
situation.
did it for them, what would be the reason? Because Baytown already approved it? I mean, so the next guy comes along and wants the same variance.
Well, that's my problem with it, is that I would prefer to stay to the standard. My recommendation would be go to the 29 feet, but
This just really hammers home the fact that we need to get an interlocal agreement with Baytown for developing in their ETJ. Developers are confused, and they spend a lot of money, and they are going at it with their best intent. They've got this subdivision lined out, platted, they had a development agreement with Baytown. And I truly, I don't blame them for thinking they did everything right. So I think we as a county need to work harder at getting a one-stop shop working in the ETJ of Baytown and an interlocal agreement. We've tried that a few times, and evidently we just don't try hard enough. We need to get it done.
I do agree with you, Billy. We've made some efforts. I mean, certainly COVID was a bit of an issue at getting some progress made there for a while. We haven't gone back to it since it's kind of been diminished, but anyway, I do agree. And like I said, I think that we're in an agreement with them on the development. I think they have tried to meet regulations. They just they just missed the mark on this one.
Well, we have the same thing on Chambers Parkway. They're doing, I think 7-inch paving where we require 9.
They're going to do 8.
Okay, so we're compromised. We're going in the middle. We're going to 8. But, it's still the same thing. We still need to have a interlocal agreement with Baytown and understand, what development, who's going to take what regulations are going to be applicable in their ETJ.
I agree with that.
Okay, so we all agree with that. So what's your pleasure?
I don't know. I think our guys did their due diligence and coming up with these requirements, and I think everybody was aware of them, and I think Baytown Heights was aware of what our requirements were. So I mean, I don't. Where do we stop with the variance at? I mean, because somebody will be here next week on another variance because we did this one right here.
Correct.
So
All right, I entertain a motion.
I'm not for it.
Is that a motion to deny the variance?
Motion to deny.
second,
First by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Any other questions? Those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. 3.3.
Same thing on this here, Judge.
Yeah, discuss, consider approving Heights Baytown Section 1 variance request to waive the requirement of a 100-foot diameter cul-de-sac to 85 feet.
Right. I believe the actual minimum for the fire code, and Ryan could correct me, I think is actually truly 96. Is that right, Ryan? We went to
That's
100
correct.
just to make it a round number, but
we don't-
certainly 85 doesn't meet it. So
Entertain a motion.
Same motion, Judge.
deny.
Yeah, deny.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond to deny the variance request for the cul-de-sac. Any questions? Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 3.4. Thank you, Ryan. Discuss, consider approving 6-foot vinyl privacy fence with stucco columns every 12 foot for project 2022-0147. New Fisher's Hardware at the intersection of FN 3180 and Mallard Lane as an alternative to the green belt requirement for commercial development. Sorry.
so there again, we have been trying to work with the developer. They buy these land. Obviously, it's a frontage to 3180, and I know he paid a premium price, just like Ross was talking about, a little bit ago. But this is squeezed between 2 residential properties, little triangular tract. And there's going to be, semis coming in and out to deliver materials and a lot more traffic that's going to cause concerns to the adjoining neighbors. And so I don't think vinyl, even in its initial, really stops the sound situation. And then also with, vinyl, I think eventually wind damage and stuff that we have the potential to get. I don't think it's going to meet a wind code. And so the opportunity for that not to be maintained properly in the future is also an issue. So what we have been proposing is a masonry or brick type wall in these situations that would be a much lower maintenance. And, obviously it's a little bit more construction cost up front, but it would provide the same space property wise for them, and would protect the residential neighbors to the each side as much as possible. So that being considered, I recommend denial of this one as well.
Corey, on this one, I think we looked at this and we did agree that we could just go with a fence between the building and the residential. And then there was another place where he was putting his detention that really eased that burden quite a bit. So the only issue now is the material for the fence. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay, and what type of a vinyl would it be that he'd be proposing?
I did not get anything beyond this, I don't believe, on the, Natalie, do you recall? I see you standing back there.
Morning, Natalie.
Morning.
Morning, Natalie.
No, we basically just got what we attached in the packet. They were asking for alternatives and we did mention the masonry, but due to cost, that's why they were proposing this alternative.
So you need more information on the vinyl fencing? Is that what you're questioning, Billy?
Yeah, I'm trying to question what really matters. He's got one resident, right, real close, and that's the back of his building. It's not going to be the front where the operation is. The way that the site plan that I saw laid out, in the upper corner where you look at Hammond's screen there was detention where there's another resident. Then due north of him, there's another business there, right here. No, is that a residential?
This is a residence right
That's a
here.
residential?
Yeah.
So he does need to protect that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again, I'm on that committee and I don't like the idea of having all these variances. You start doing it there, then
It opens Pandora's box.
But we are just talking about the material of the fence, right?
Right.
No. If it would really serve as the sound and the buffer, that's the main thing. And also it does need to withstand wind loads and stuff.
Sight and sound is what.
Right.
Entertain most.
I'll make a motion to deny this variance.
Motion by Commissioner Hammond, second by Mr. Tice.
Gosh, are you whispering over there?
Those in favor? Opposed? Motion
I'm trying
carries.
to read and whisper, Billy.
3.5, consider awarding striping and or resurfacing on parking lots and Heisler Road bid, the lowest best qualified bidder. Corey.
Okay, so we accepted these bids this week and have gone through them. We received 3 bids. The lowest bid was Cowboy Asphalt at $167,977.50. So right at $168,000. The next bid was Gulf Coast at $190,905.06. So 191. And Corestone was our highest bidder and third and last bidder, and they were at $238,000, $348.75. In evaluating this situation, we have talked within Road and Bridge, and Brian and I had a long discussion. Part of this was evaluating our 2 recent projects that we got. We had basically Angel Brothers Gulf Coast, do some paving along Plantation and along West Bay. And then right after that, we had Cowboy did some work along Needle Point. There is noticeable differences in those 2 quality wise. Some of the roughness is not Cowboy's fault. Certainly that is, as we talked about before, the understructure of the base being a cement treated base that was not finished real well by the contractor at the time. Certainly deals with some of the roughness that you feel at roadway speeds. However, the segregation and the quality of the joints and him not having a paver that's of the same quality equipment wise as what Gulf Coast certainly has led to some additional issues. So I think if this was just the parking lot, it might be worth it, but the $23,000 that you're talking about on this, the roadway portion, especially being a main road down there from Anahuac, I would say my recommendation would be to go with our second bidder, Gulf Coast, at the $190,905.06. And I think Brian is there this morning. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So Brian, could you, I guess, comment a little bit? I think I probably said most of it, but if you could just comment on your opinion.
You covered it very well. My concern is basically the product that we were left at Needle Point Road. And looking at the asphalt laydown work that they did, there's a lot of segregation. The job is only 6 months old. And I feel like we're gonna have to resurface it this year just to hold it together. Their paver and their paving joints did not match the width. They didn't put a crown in the roadway either. And if we're gonna do a roadway, we're gonna need those paving joints where we can keep a crown in that roadway to keep the cross slope drainage in place. There is a lot of segregation already on Needle Point. The plantation project came out great. I'm very pleased with the density on that. And I recommend what Corey says, that we go to the next bidder.
So you're talking about the width of their laydown machine?
Yes, sir.
Well, and also the way that it broke, they didn't break the screed. They laid, I think, 3 passes. Where that
Flat.
middle one was a little bit flat, right? And so they didn't actually, normally you would break that screed O2 or, to an actual cross slope in the middle and crown the center somewhat. And
I agree with you there, Corey, but I mean.
Right.
In my opinion.
Right.
So if you can't compare them two jobs, the road going into Plantation is totally different road, totally different base and everything. The contractor messed up the base on Needle Point, period, in my opinion. The contractor should crown it. You don't, in my opinion, you don't crown with asphalt. The road has a natural crown to it and you lay to it. So, I mean, I disagree personally with comparing of the two jobs. I understand the breaking of the joints. And you and I spoke yesterday. Did you speak with Cowboy yesterday?
I tried calling Larry and he was not available.
Okay. I mean, $30,000 taxpayer money. That's a lot of money.
23.
Yeah. And I guess it
still, yeah.
It is.
But I mean, I just,
right.
In my opinion, you can't compare the two jobs. Plantation Drive, I've drove on it for years and years and years. It's a stable base, flat. I mean, I could roll it myself. When you have a poor base that's done by a contractor, road and bridge, whoever done Needle Point Road, there's no comparison.
So looking at this, it shows Heiser to be 15 foot wide on pavement. Is that? Am I looking at that wrong?
I think it's a little wider than 15, I
It
believe.
looks at, well, showing this here, typical, existing typical and proposed typical is 7.5 foot from the center line. So it says match cross slope.
How wide is Cowboy's machine? Is it 8 feet?
How wide is Needle Point Road?
Needle Point Road took 3 passes.
It took 3 passes. That's a whole different animal.
I'm just saying how wide it is. If you've done 3 passes.
It was 20 feet.
Okay, see, it's not going to take 3 passes on Heiser Road. It'd probably only take 2 if at the most.
I think that's what Hammond was getting to, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what I'm getting to. We're 7.5 foot wide proposed typical.
And I have to agree with what Commissioner Gore said. Really comparing those two roads is not comparing apples to apples. Multiple things went wrong on Needle Point Road. It's, county did poor work. The part that was done by another party gave us poor work. And then, the asphalt didn't help any, but he had bad stuff to start with. So.
And I think I'm gonna get Georgia on this here, because I was at the bid open yesterday. The only thing we was lacking on Cowboys asphalt was
just his bond. Once we get his bond, then you can award the contract. The judge give the judge that prerogative.
Well, you can award it pending the bond.
Yes, sir. That's exactly right.
And I mean, and that was just my only opinion on the whole deal. And just like what Tommy was saying, I was gonna say, it's not gonna take 3 strips on Heiser Road. I hate to spend $23,000 extra right now.
Do we know for sure it's not going to take 3 passes? That's my question.
Not at that width.
Well, if you follow the specs here that they've issued for that repair, it's only 7.5 foot. So unless I'm wrong, reading this wrong.
I believe he has an 8-foot screed.
Yeah,
So it would be two passes.
I mean,
which is typical.
be my motion to go with Cowboy pending his bond deal.
I would certainly second that, Commissioner Gore.
All right, motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Go with low bidder, Cowboy Asphalt. Any questions? Those in favor?
All right.
Opposed, motion carries.
Hang on a second. Hang on. Can I say something else?
Sure.
Corey, yeah, I know you and I discussed yesterday, the only issue that was rose yesterday was down here at the park. You and I discussed it legally. This park's in horrible condition. If he comes in there and just overlays over that, it's not gonna be smooth. We're gonna have to address that. And I know you and I discussed that yesterday evening. If they don't come in there and fill the holes first and then do an overlay, the job will look bad.
Understood, yes. And so filling the general holes would be certainly part of the spec, just filling holes. If there was actual base failures that had to be dug out, that would be different. I don't think these are base failures. Some of the roughness, it might be that we do a little bit of additional work there, but Brian and I are committed to working together with the contractor that y'all choose to make that happen. So.
And that's what I was wanting to get to. If there
Right.
could be a change order, what you're saying. Or
Could be, or we could, so we actually, we knew there was a little roughness out there, certainly when we started looking at it. And so instead of the general 1.5 inches, we went with the 2 inches, which 2 inches does a little bit better at covering roughness. But we could certainly take a 1/2 inch of that and use it as a spread initially, and then just come back with 1.5 inches. But there is a little bit more handwork or labor associated with that. So we will talk to Cowboy and come up with the best option for getting the best quality for the taxpayers.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure, get clarification on that, because if they just overlaid it, it would.
Okay. 3.7, discuss, consider approving the transfer of expired 2017 federal NPE non-primary entitlement category funding funds to TxDOT. Corey.
Okay, so on this one, I got pulled in on this from Ashley and Nathan's office, Will Thorne, to help us, I guess, primarily because airport and being TxDOT related. Because it's dealing with some grant funding type stuff, I pulled Samantha into the discussion. I ended up reaching out to the TxDOT Aviation Division, found out a little bit more about the money, and basically this is $150,000 that we get for this for the airport annually through a federal. Oh, good, Samantha's here, and it's through a federal program, and so this is $2017 essentially that they stay on the books for 4 years. Obviously 2017, we're way past that, but I think because of the pandemic, they kind of were delinquent in making this request. Essentially, we cannot use these funds any longer, but by doing this transfer, they will do a bit of an asterisk on the books. It would go back to TxDOT in the general fund. They put a little asterisk by it, and essentially it designates that it came from Chambers County. So then we can, if we have a project that goes over our overall allotment, this is something that they could reach into those, I guess, coffers of the bank. And it's not guaranteed for us, but at least by us donating it back, we have the opportunity to potentially get some use of those dollars on a future project. And Samantha, you can add a little bit to that.
No, you did a good job.
Okay.
So basically, this is, like Corey said, a federal allocation that we receive. We don't have to do anything to receive these funds, but they're not directly given to us. They are given to the state, who manages them in what we can consider to be a bank account. And like Corey said, we get $150,000 a year for the Anahuac Airport only. We did kind of discover as a sidebar through this process that the Winnie Airport is what they call unclassified, but Ronnie, Joe, and Paige are working to get that airport classified so that we can receive these NPE funds for that airport as well. It looks like in our investigation of these funds that we have not done what TxDOT calls a project, which is basically you tell them this is how we want to spend that money and they give you that money to spend. We haven't done a project since before 2017. So since then, these monies have just been accumulating in this account. What they did tell us was that by sending these dollars back to the state in this method, as opposed to just not using them, in which case they would go back to the federal government, is that will allow us, if we ever have a future project, we can put that towards, they use that kind of as a match, an unofficial match towards any future project. So as of right now, we have 4 years in the coffers, total of $600,000. We all know there's not a whole lot you can get done for $600,000 nowadays. So basically what we would do is if we have a large project, we'd go to TxDOT and say, we want to do this project. It's going to cost us much. And they would say, you know what, Chambers County put $150,000 back into the program. We're going to keep that in mind and maybe help them meet that total goal. So there's no negative to this at all. It's not a black mark on our record. It's not a good thing at all. It's not a good thing. It's totally fine to do it. We talked extensively with the lady at TxDOT. She said this happens all the time. And in fact, a lot of communities don't even realize that they get these dollars.
What project can we use these funds for?
So Paige and Ronnie Joe have already identified, I believe it's $104,000 worth of projects that they are going to use some of these funds for. I'm not sure what they are. I haven't seen that list yet. But other than that, it's pretty much landside maintenance programs. So Ronnie and Paige are working to kind of identify some potential projects for that. And we're going to talk here pretty soon about that to get some. It's a little more stringent than the RAMP grant, which we're used to working with. That gives us a little more flexibility than this program, but we definitely want to make sure we're using any dollars that are allocated to it. So they're working on that list right now.
I know you and I have discussed it multiple times in the judge as well about the beacon, having a beacon for Wi-Fi at the airport in case of
Right.
bad weather, fog, whatever, they can fly straight to the airport. Could these funds be used for that?
Possibly. Corey, what are your initial thoughts on that? I don't
My
know.
initial thoughts were, that she was talking about, I guess that other grant, or, there's additional dollars that she was talking about that potentially, I think we might struggle with gaining.
The justification on this. I think this is
Right.
more for maintenance as opposed to capital projects, but
Yeah.
there is another grant that is for capital projects that we're talking about looking into for the Winnie site specifically because of the lack of facilities there. But I'll definitely look into that as we move forward. And then obviously we'll come to you guys with a list of projects before we do anything. But it is a neat program and I'm excited that Corey found it. I mean, $150,000 for free. Can't beat it. Sorry.
Yeah. So, anytime we can make ourselves aware of something we can compete with and gain some extra edge to the citizens, that's always a plus. So anyway, yeah, it's a good thing. But we definitely, recommend doing this.
So second.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Hammond. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. All right, Sam, since you're there, 5.1, discuss and consider authorizing the Department of Economic Development grant management to develop an application for the GLO Cdbg infrastructure competition. Sam. good morning.
So I received an email last week from the GLO that they have a new grant opportunity coming up. It is the Cdbg infrastructure grant, and it's a competition program. Minimum award for that program will be $250,000. Maximum award will be $1 million. I definitely think we need to submit an application for it. There are a variety of projects that we can do, from drainage to other like improvements. Like I said, it's not a whole lot of money, but any money we can get to put towards projects is beneficial. There's not a match associated with this. So again, it's a really good opportunity for us to get some dollars from the GLO.
I don't know if it would be beneficial or not, but I think Beach City, Mayor Dagley had mentioned to me something last week about the same program.
Mhm.
And I think they might be interested in joining with the county
Oh, great.
on an application, if it might help carry a little bit more weight or something.
Yeah, so there's two different ways that they're going to look at applications. I'm glad you brought that up. It's kind of a complicated scoring process, but we can submit two applications, one on our own and one in partnership with another jurisdiction. And you get additional points for partnering with a jurisdiction in that second one. So I'll definitely reach out to Mayor Dagley about that and talk to him a little bit
And
more.
is this one you may have mentioned it, there's no LMI?
This is LMI.
Okay.
Yeah, so that does kind of tie our hands sometimes on where we can work specifically.
So there's one coming out that doesn't have LMI.
Yeah, HMGP is one that we're working on. Yes, sir. And actually tomorrow we've got our review of professional services for that. But too many acronyms in my world. HMGP is what it is. HMGP is non-LMI. It's cost benefit, which is really great for us because we can do a lot of work in areas that we can't do LMI work.
Beach City's not going to help you much on LMI.
No, but we may be able to help them. So, I mean, if
Fine.
we can partner and it'd be beneficial.
Motion by Commissioner Tice. Second by Commissioner Gore. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries 5-2. Discuss, consider authorizing the request of proposals for grant administrative services for the GLO CDBG infrastructure competition.
So this is just asking y'all to allow us to go out, procure those professional services
For this program.
that we just talked about.
Motion by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. They must be getting hungry. Those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.3, discuss and consider authorizing the request for qualification for architecture and engineering firms for GLO CDBG infrastructure competition.
Same thing, except the other service that we use.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Tice, second by Commissioner Hammond. Those in favor?
Right.
Opposed, motion carried. 5.4, discuss and consider resolution authorizing the classification of the Chambers County ARPA CLFRF allocation of revenue loss as described in the final rule issued by the U.S. Department of the Treasury. Sam.
So last month, I believe it was, I went to a training that the judge had told me about that TAC was hosting on ARPA funds. And one of the interesting things that was discussed was when these funds originally came out, there were categories that you had to tie your projects back to. One of those was provision of government services, but you had a percentage of loss of revenue that you had to utilize in order to put any projects in that category. And based on that, that formula that they provided, we did not have a loss of revenue. And that was a big stink because a lot of people did have a loss of revenue, and that formula wasn't necessarily fair for smaller jurisdictions, so on and so forth. And so what the Treasury did was issue what they're calling the final rule, which becomes effective April 1st. So it's not effective yet, but we can opt into that as soon as we want. And basically what they said was any amount under $10 million can just blanket be put into that provision of government services rule area. So what they recommended at that training that we went to was go ahead and qualify all of our funds as the provision of government services category. You know, we don't have to change our projects at all. We'll still use, there are two additions that I'm going to add in the next item, but basically it just means that when, not if, I always say when the Treasury comes and audits us, we just have a little more wiggle room on justifying why we chose projects. And we have a little more freedom to work with those dollars. So doesn't mean anything other than gives us a little more cover.
So all we're doing is reclassify.
That's it.
So
Second.
Who made the motion? I'm sorry. Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Hammond. I got Hammond.
caught you sleeping.
Yeah.
I was whispering.
The whisper.
Those in favor?
The whisper.
Opposed, motion carries. 5.5, discuss and consider amendment to the Chambers County ARPA CLRF, CLFRF recovery plan, Sam.
All those acronyms. So there are, with that role in mind, there are two projects that we discussed that weren't really a great fit for the funds without allowing us to use provision of government services that I'd like to add in now for consideration. Again, that list we have, it's not a guarantee that anything on that list is going to be done. We're starting at the top and working our way down. But I'd like to add for consideration getting body cameras for the DA's office investigators. It's a relatively low cost project. It'll be less than $20,000 to do that and pay for their service fees for 5 years. And then the second thing would be to fund a feasibility study for Airport Road, which again, relatively low cost. We're looking at $20,000 or so for that. And that'll just help us plan before we put any further development into Airport Road. It'll also help us plan any major large scale detention that we need to put out there.
So we'll look at detention along with.
That feasibility study is going to look at detention, wastewater capacity, electrical capacity, water service, as well as detention. And it will plot out what area we have to build on that's left, because some of that will need to be turned into detention that's open land presently, but it'll basically tell us what we have left, what area we have left to work in.
Good.
So the intent for that would be add additional county facilities along Airport Road.
So my understanding, and you guys obviously haven't approved this, it would just be to kind of get ahead of any further development, is that there's a possibility that a warehouse may be built there at some point. And then also we did that application for another acronym, TDHCH, for the EMS station, that we did that application. And that we would, we selected a piece of land north of 65, but after talking, we think that that may not be feasible because of some airspace requirements. And that if we needed to, we would maybe potentially move it to Airport Road as well.
Something badly needed.
Well, I think we really need to get together and do our facilities plans and get some planning so we know what direction we're working in.
Yes, sir. And so what we talked about, I just actually emailed, I talked to Commissioner Hammond, and I don't think I'm supposed to say that. I always mess up on what I'm allowed to say that I talked to y'all about, but I actually talked to Nathan Watkins the other day about that. And we talked about that potentially being a second phase of the financial 10-year plan, maybe moving into a facility study with him. And we can utilize ARPA funds to pay for that. I know you and I talked about that as well, but I agree wholeheartedly that we need to do a facility study. I think it would help you guys to budget.
Great.
What you need to budget as buildings reach the end of their life cycle.
So today you're asking to add that to the list of possible projects.
Yes, just to our plan, this is not a definite project that will be done until it's time to do the definite project.
But we can't do it without it being on the list.
Correct. It has to be added to the list. And the next step will be when it's time, when we reach, we ranked all those projects. And so as we move through that, every time it's time to procure or move forward with that project, we'll come back to court and ask your permission to move forward with that project. So right now, the only projects that we have actually moved forward on are the procurement of the document retention services for Heather and Patty, and then also the landfill, and then the money for that, for TBCD, for that wastewater treatment plant. Those are the only 3 that we've done anything on. The rest of it is just kind of lying in wait because, as we know,
And what's the total what we obligated?
So what we've obligated so far is, I'm doing the math in my head right now. It is right at 2.9 million so far.
Less than half.
Little less than half. And we will receive our second tranche, like the rest of the second half of our money, around May 11th. And that's just going to be deposited into our bank account.
All right, entertain a motion. First by Commissioner Gore, second by Commissioner Tice. In favor? Opposed, motion carries. 5.6, discuss and consider authorization to competitive bid. Construction of new landfill sale at county-owned solid waste landfill site as identified and funded through the county's American Rescue Plan Act Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund number 3639. Tammy, start off and we'll give Eddie.
Okay, so this project is on a super tight timeline. And we're preemptively asking you guys to authorize us to go out for a bid on it, just to kind of get ahead of the A-ball. And that way, when we're ready to bid, we can just move as quickly as possible.
Eddie's here.
Hey,
Eddie, you needed real bad a building, maintenance building out at the site, right?
Yes, sir.
And I know we just went off the other item that were things we were adding to the plan. Have we done anything to start looking at that maintenance building for him? Have you seen where he has to, is it on this plan right here for this?
Yes, sir.
No,
Good.
it's not on the landfill.
no, but it's on the plan.
It's on the American
It's on
Rescue
the
Plan?
list.
Okay, all right.
Yes, and I believe there's a differential. I think you guys allocated him some capital funds and we allocated substantially more through ARPA for this building. So, yes, it's in the plan.
All right, good. Never mind.
I'm way ahead of you.
Good,
That's
good.
my job.
Yeah, for the budget, we allowed him $675,000.
Yeah, we need to get rolling on that. Andy, I'll move for approval on 5-6.
Motion by Commissioner Combs, second by Commissioner Gore. Got a question?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Where are we at on capacity for the landfill?
I can't really answer that till the surveyors get through out there. And I've got them lined up to come and survey it. And then they'll tell us exactly where we're at.
Where, when are they gonna survey it?
I just got with Brad, they're shooting for tomorrow, depending on the weather. I think I got maybe 8-10 feet that I can go up. But that's depending on what the surveyors tell me.
Well, I know we're on tight timeline to
Yes.
get this new cell built.
So where does roughly, where's 8 or 10 foot put us? So,
Possibly 6 months. Maybe.
and that's on the type 1, right?
Type 1, yes.
And type 4 is.
Oh, I'm good on type 4.
Okay.
I'm good for another probably 3 or 4 years, unless we have a hurricane, then everything's off.
Are we taking in commercial that we could divert if we need to at some point?
Yes, sir. We're getting quite a bit of commercial.
All the type 1 should be paying customers.
It is, except for, what was I gonna say, like the winning school. Other than that, everything else paying. Except for what our trucks bring in from the box sides.
Right. But I'm just thinking if we needed to divert those commercial.
Yes, sir. I mean,
We could just raise our commercial rates, that would take care of it.
Yeah, we could, we just end up having.
that would be a very good idea.
All right, other questions? Tommy? You get the chance.
Not really, but I don't have any more questions.
All right, was just, once you get your survey, let them know.
I sure will.
All right, those in favor? Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, Eddie.
Thank you.
Thanks, Eddie.
Thanks, Sam. I think we're down to consent. Yes, ma'am.
Y'all have the resolutions. I gave y'all extra copies, so.
We got them. All right, consent, precinct 1. Okay, so we'll pull in number 8. Consent. It's same as number 17. Okay, so we'll pull 8.
We'll pull it 8.
Yeah, because the same 17. Want to put a note on there.
No, we're good.
All right, nothing on 1, precinct 2. Precinct 3.
222. Yeah, number 11, his numbers don't add up. I don't know, we need to pull it, but just his numbers don't add up, so.
One, I can see if Derek's available to explain that.
Check with him. Yeah, we'll come back to it.
Yeah, we'll come back.
I think if you can get that
Maybe sooner rather than later, want to see.
What else, Tom?
21 was approved already.
Everyone's
And
approved.
I didn't think that 17 and 8, are they saying?
Yeah, 8's full, so 17 is what we're voting on.
Okay.
17 expanded.
Ma'am?
17 has 2 contracts. 8 only has 1.
Okay, thank you. Anything else?
No, sir.
Precinct 4.
Yeah, Wendy, on number 17. For the contract with Omni Health, should we have 2, a backup on that? Is that what you're saying?
That's what number 17 is for, is to give us the backup. So OmniPoint Health came in with the highest score when we went out,
Right.
and Houston Methodist, Baytown came in second. So we specifically had them listed as a backup. We had a problem with our current vendor when they lost the doctor that did the
Right.
physicals.
I just
So
want to
this
make
will
sure
take
that's
care of
what
that.
we're doing with the backup.
Yes, sir.
All right.
So we'll approve 2 contracts.
Correct.
Nothing else, Billy?
That's it.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion to approve all of them except for number 8, which is pulled, and number 21, which is already approved.
Somewhere.
Motion by Commissioner Ty, wait,
11.
well, I can still take a motion in a second.
Okay.
Got a motion by Commissioner Ty, second by Commissioner Hammond, and then we'll vote until we get it back in. Tyson Hammond.
His invoice was for, or his requisition for 190,000. And his pie chart shows, doesn't show 190 anywhere. It shows 236 reserves.
So,
So I'm trying to figure out what numbers are what.
yeah, the reserves are just gonna be everything. So it's not just included that requisition, it's anything that's outstanding still for whole thing. So that 2396 includes that 189. It won't show exactly on there.
Okay, so if you add activity and his new one,
Yeah.
that doesn't add up either. So I'm just
Well,
curious.
you have the current, the 493 budget, and you subtract the 131 and the 236, that gets your 125. And that 189 should be in that reserve number right there.
Okay, so there's something else in there.
I think Aaron's got it straight.
So we're all good.
Does that make sense? I guess.
Clear as mud. So,
You good? All
okay, yes, sir.
right, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, it's 12:09 PM. We can go to executive session, 20.1 personnel issues, 22 sale purchase real property, 20.3 discuss consider removal of signs on county and state right of way.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
20.3, it was pointed out by Mr. Thibodeau earlier, that probably should not be an executive session item, and I agree with him.
Yeah.
You want to go ahead and vote on it?
There's really
Discuss it.
nothing to vote. What I wrote on the, yeah, there's nothing really to vote on. I was just, I did consult with our attorney yesterday concerning this, but really just for information for the court. My concerns are we're getting ready to remove a sign that is technically in Beach City, city limits as a road. You know, we do have a interlocal agreement with them. I just want to make sure that legally we have our ducks in a row and that does not have to be ordered from Beach City and not the county. And the other sign has a part of it, a transformer that is located on private property. And I just want to make sure that we have the consent and consult with that property owner before we do anything there.
So you want to pull 20.3?
I do want to pull it, and like I say, that was just for information to the court, but our attorney is working on looking at legalities of that.
Okay. Thanks, Billy. So we'll pull 20.3 and we'll go to executive session and we'll go to 20.1. 20.2 with that at 12:11 PM for recess to executive session. Okay. All right, court come to order. After executive session, it's 1:27 PM. There's no action from executive session. So with that, 1:28 PM, court is adjourned.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, guys and gals.
Awesome job.
Are we adjourned?
We're
We are
adjourned.
adjourned.
Good deal.